That sounded hella close. What? Oh, it's my pocket. Good job. Shout out Sagebutt. Shout out Sagebutt. We need more people in the world like her. Very wholesome. World would be a better place. You know, bro? I'm a trophy horse, so I have to. Roadmap. There we go. What chapter is this? Rosalith? No, that's the location, you dumb fuck. Capital punishment. Oh my god, it's fucking thundering again. We love Florida. Holy cow, bro. Power picks. Where's the collectibles guide? Power picks. Capital punishment. The Dame, Crystal's Curse, Home Sweet Home. Bloodlines. Here Be Monsters, Fire and Ice. After this, capital punishment, okay. Do I have the Will of Lightning? gear. Mystical wristlets. The Will of Lightning pile drive. I think it's this shit. Wait. Oh, here we go, yeah. Okay, got that. Drop by, okay. Oh. I think that spoiled myself what's happening. But this guy seemed more menacing.
Don't you let her die.
We're not gonna allow it to happen, don't worry. Is this all Baron? Or this is where we got captured from, I believe. Is this where he fought the cheetah with tendrils? Oh, she's being brutalized, not good.
I hope you've got a plan, Clive, because we are fucked if you don't.
Clive is speaking, yeah. Oh, Torgal. That's the plan. Oh, yes, boy. Rip these savages apart. Wunderbar. Fugo. Oh, he has his own freaking magical attacks. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought he looked amazing before. Did Jill save him? Oh yeah, I gotta look more into like how I got him. I think Torgal might be the best dog in all of gaming, honestly.
Come, Lord Rosfield. Don't tell
Flash
me you're
Wolf.
tired of my entertainment. Enough! Yes. Perhaps it is time we served the main repast. I trust you are hungry!
Need this?
Much obliged.
Oh, is Gavin my party?
Stay close. We're getting out of here. And Toggle, thank you.
Bro, he's not even Torgal, he's evolved. Is it Super Torgal or like? How come his sprite's the same? Oh, then that was the sprite of Gav.
Can you still fight?
Still breathing, are you?
Excellent. Then Lord Kupka's reward shall be ours.
Bad news always keep them in threes.
Bro, I pray for Kilby. I hope Kilby's like Portal and he just needs to evolve. Will be given under the right circumstances. Like me, I guess, very much so. Oh. Damn. Go pop that scene. Oh my god, that was so stupid to prematurely pop. Yo. No? No chant? Isn't there a chant? Huh?
It's over.
For now. But I bet that wasn't the last of them. And they won't stop hunting us until Kubka's dead. So you get in there and finish the job, eh?
Go on. If they come again, we'll hold them back.
All right. But be
Maybe
careful.
at this point I would have known. As soon as Torgal transformed into this thing, I should have known. Oh, you're not gonna go? Bro. For gameplay reasons? Okay. You should definitely came with. There should have been a lore reason as to why you could have not joined me. That's weak AF.
Don't worry about us. Go.
Or maybe it's because he wants me to do this by myself.
You'll die by my hand.
But he didn't. He wasn't responsible for the thing that. Eh? Oh, I got that high potion. King Koopa.
Trouble on the way.
Just enjoying your entertainment.
How gratifying. Have you come to defend your father's throne, Lord Rosfield? The Grand Duchy of Rosaria. A realm without a ruler, an army, even a people. A veritable kingdom.
Them boys.
Of dust.
No. That's what everyone thought. But we're gonna defy the legend.
Truly, I see no throne to defend. No!
Enough of your games, Kuka. Just tell me what you want.
Sits Imagine my disappointment when I learned that he met his end at the hand of another. And my relief that you had taken up his thrice damned name.
3 times stamped? Quite a few.
Your master Benedicta Harmon and defiled her body.
Okay, that's true. I don't think Benedict was kind of a baddie.
And murderer's name. Then you shall answer for his crimes.
The only crimes I shall answer for are my own. Sid did everything in his power to save that woman, though she was long past saving. And so I did what he couldn't. It was me all along, Hugo.
It was you. You killed her.
I did.
Sid was just an accomplice. Oh, he's happy.
Then I am fortunate indeed.
Nah, figured.
I had thought the most I could wish for was to take the life of one he loved, just as he did to me. But it seems I was wrong. And I shall have my revenge. We shared a dream. I would be the king of the world. She would be my queen. And together, we would...
Bro, you're not gonna bring out Titans, bro. That's weak sauce.
What of you? How many people have you killed? How many dreams have you crushed?
Bendy facts.
You're not the only one who's seen their world fall apart around them.
R.I.P. Elwin.
You'll get no pity from me, Kuka. No pity. And no mercy.
Without the giant tornado and all the lightning balls on that. That crazy. Oh. Oh, I mistimed that so badly. I gotta wait for the next stagger. The soundtrack is so good. Oh, now is he gonna become Titan?
The world has chosen.
Oh, what?
I am in my element.
Yeah, you're Earth, bro. We get it. Bro, I wish you should have been such a one-trick pony, bro. You seem pretty menacing. Oh my god. Oh really? You know Titan, bro? Bro, that's like his arms, right? That's not even the size of his arms. But even the beam, bro, that boy was big. That boy was big by the bends. Oh, that was weak sauce, bro. Good inspirational talk at the beginning, bro, but that was weak sauce. I'm old now. Oh, she had coitus with him? Intercourse? That good old in the eye.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
Oh. You're missing some digits there, buddy. I think 10. Or how you're gonna... Can't play. That's kind of... Sorry, soft life. I don't know, you kind of had it coming. Okay, maybe this is less weak sauce.
There.
Oh,
You mustn't get yourself worked up.
was that gas? I thought it was chillaxing.
Another time, Mythos.
What? Is that Nalva? What's the ATL? Oh, he's off the grid, bro. He's not even on the ATL, bro? Bro, this guy, he must be like swiping cards or something.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Oh yeah, I don't
A
think
load of
there's a...
scum. Who the fuck invited them? Not that that's the biggest surprise we've had today.
Wait, is he just still alive or just fasted? Oh, he's a freaking eye. Bro, he's so iconic, bro. Twiggle is like iconic. I'm gonna make that hashtag, bro. Bro, even his baby form was like unique AF. His adult form is like, oh my gosh, like delicious. Euphoria in a picture. Hashtag Torgal is iconic.
Do that, Torgal. Not telling, eh? Suit yourself.
Gav, we have to find Clive.
Right, sorry.
You missed one.
We were worried.
So was I. I was so
Okay, I gotta make that YouTube Patreon idea
my
thing
gift. I would have finished him.
for the DSLR
I'm
account.
just glad you got out of there alive.
But then I have to sequester
When
so
did the
fucking
royalists
hard.
arrive?
Right after you went inside. Just
Facts,
when we
bro.
thought we were shot of
Right
Titans,
after you go
not
inside, a lot of stuff happens.
in pile Odins. Not enough of them to worry us, though.
Bro, a baby can come out, that's wild.
You didn't see the one who took Kuka away.
So what?
Yeah, he's
You
alive.
think they came here to save him? Well, I'll be fucked if I know what's going on, but every minute we spend racking our brains, that bastard's getting further away. So what do we do?
We go back
Put
to
Torgal
the
in back.
hideaway.
I kinda like that.
I'm too tired to think. As are you, by the looks of it. And after what Jill's been through. Let's worry about Kuka later, shall we?
Aye. All right. That'll give us a chance to solve the riddle of your magic mud, too. Hey, how you feeling? Ready to go home?
Miss Jill Warwick. I think that's my home castle. Marion. Japan soldier. I miss the old hideaway. Ah.
Just look at the state of you. You're more of a wreck than this place. Is this what you call taking better care of yourself? No more excuses, your ladyship. I order you to rest. Fine. I'll rest.
Bro, I got hurt. I got hurt.
Don't worry, Gav.
I'm
She's in good
hurt.
hands.
But we should have never let her fall into Hugo's. Back when he had
That
some
bitch so hurt.
The question is, where is he now?
And what the hell were those royalists doing there?
I was wondering about that all the way home.
Otto may have heard something. I'll talk to him.
And I'll talk to Torms.
The lawsman. About what?
About your faithful hound for a start. If any four-legged friend's ever done that before, I'm betting Torms will have read about it. But what I want to know is, what happens afterwards? It's all well and good Torgal saving our arses, but if it costs him what it cost Jill...
Right. Let me know if you learn anything.
Will do. And you do the same, eh?
Jill. Listen to Taya.
I will. Thank you.
Maybe so. Maybe he was some hyper powerful enough just to get it extracted without killing them.
Otto. Is now a good time?
It's not a bad one. How's Jill doing?
Oh, she's been better. Taya's making sure she gets the rest she needs.
Good.
Any word on Kupka's movements?
Vivian's doing what she can to try and track him, but she's feeding on scraps. We've sent ours out to the Ghostbreakers and their other friends in the west, asking them to keep their eyes peeled for anything unusual. No leads yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Right. Let me know when you find something.
There he is. All right, Clive.
Oh.
Still busy saving the world.
Wait, who is she? Oh. Whoa. Who is she?
When did you get back?
Mid? Mid?
Now,
Yo!
adjourned.
Mid!
Since Hugo Kupka invaded Rosaria. All the canvassing uproar about it. He's gone mad. He's turned rogue. He'll be upset.
Mid.
You try concentrating with all of that.
Bro, what's her name? Corinna Comp?
Alright, you win.
How long will you be staying this time?
Dunno. A while, most likely.
I really hope her name's Corinna.
I was hoping you could do us a favour.
Mid.
Oh my
Can't
god!
just expect me to...
Please, oblige her.
That's actually her name. What the fuck?
While we are busy tracking down Kupka, you should have
That's
a
so
little time to
fucking
spare.
funny.
Professor! Now there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Sure you
Justin
haven't buried
Bieber's
little steel
$1.3
toe?
million board ape. What? Bro, why the fuck do I care about that? Oh.
Till a familiar trill pricked my ears. As ever, your exuberance is a breath of fresh air, which successfully scattered the painstakingly assembled fragments of my thoughts.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Mid.
Well,
Wait,
Clive,
where's
you read the
Jill?
professor?
She's Jill's competitive.
I'll meet you in the storeroom when you're done.
Wait, hold on. breath of fresh air. Bloody tempest, more like. Oi, Otto, you got my gill? Huh? What are you on about? My fee for bringing Mid across. She said you were paying. That little...
The storeroom, was it? I wonder what Mid's plotting.
Wait, where the fuck is she from, bro? Bro, that's... This is light work. I guess it's an A, but this is still type light work. I guess I'm running the S and maybe S plus that's what I'm in end game. That's gonna be my bet.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? Here you are.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck out there, Sid.
Not quite, but it's alright.
Ah, my favorite pupil. Allow me to educate you. Study it well, Clive.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Very true. No more side quests? That's interesting.
Clive, sorry again for sending you all that way. But you did get my order, didn't you?
Don't worry. I have it. I believe this will more than satisfy your needs.
Oh, Clive, don't be coy.
Let's see here. One bolt of red, one bolt of blue. What's this? I don't recall ordering any silk or velvet or... Is this gold work? Krieger's ghost. If that devilet of a draper expects me to pay for these...
You needn't worry on that score, Hortense. They were a gift. For services rendered. I can always return them if you like.
Oh, no. Oh, there's no need to be hasty now, Clive. I'm sure I can
Just
put
grow
all three
it.
to good use. Speaking of which one's most to your liking?
I don't know. This one, I suppose.
I've a mind to give a piece to Jill. Did you know she's quite the little seamstress?
I know needlecraft was amongst her lessons at the castle.
Her lessons? Oh, that's right. The two of you were raised together in Rosalith, weren't you?
Not quite together, but...
Oh, this is for
my
Jill?
father
Oh, hell
fought down
yeah.
the uprising in the Northern Territories. Jill was taken as a ward to ensure that her father, the Silvermane, would keep the peace.
She's an honest-to-goodness princess then, isn't she? I could tell, you know. Some people just have that air about them. Not many round here, mind. I'd offered to sew her something that might better suit her station. But she'd most likely turn me down, as she always does. Tell me not to waste the fabric when it's better used on the children.
Don't take it the wrong way. She certainly seems to be attached to the last outfit you made her.
Oh, sometimes I think she never takes it off.
Or perhaps she'll make something for herself with your gift. Either way, I'm sure she won't turn it down.
We'll see, I suppose.
romantic interest choice time soon.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest, sis?
You took your time.
I'm a busy man, mate.
I'll get to the point then. I want to turn the room down there into a workshop like the one I had at Dad's place.
Mate, you've only just come back.
Is she relative, bro? Well, it doesn't tell me shit about shit.
And I've been thinking about it for a while. Dad said I had a knack for engineering. Told me everything he knew about it, then sent me off to Canva to learn everything he didn't. That was his dream for me, that one day I'd put my studies to use for the good of the cause. But I'm helping no one stuck at school. I've studied enough. It's time I put my knack to work. I know that I can help the people here, and I want to do it.
Well, well, well. If Sid could see you now. All right? I'll tell Otto you'll be staying.
I knew you'd say yes. Which is why I wrote up a list of jobs for you.
For me?
Who else?
What do you want me to do?
First things first, I need equipment and materials to start making my own. There's the designs for the stuff I need, and the stuff it needs smithing from. The other materials I can work myself. Just need a generous benefactor to lay them on for me. Apart from the wood, I'll need a carpenter for that, but I can just borrow yours.
Is that everything?
For now. I'll let you
That's
know
funny.
else.
Where to start? Materials and tools. That means Karen Blackthorn.
I kind of miss the old hideaway. I repeated that.
Jill, white as a sheet. Try to think.
Was wondering where you got to. Med's back from Canva. Have you seen her?
Jake. But the craziest part about him is that he whistles when he raps. You probably think this is a massive...
Friday is coming July 11th and 12th. Now, 2 days of epic deals.
joke, but this rapper takes his unique style very, very seriously. Back when he started, people would laugh at him, but little did he know that his strange style would result in him working with some of the largest rappers in the game.
Just hit me with that. I hit her back, talking down.
His name is Jake. His friends call him Scrub. No.
Oh, that makes. Oh God. What's wrong for you to like her? Oh. Yeah, why would I do that?
Just now. She's planning to set up a workshop in the stores and asked me to buy her some materials. Here's the list. Think you can find everything on there?
This lot won't be much of a trader if I couldn't.
Excellent. As for payment...
It's paid 100 times over by what that girl's done for us. If it weren't for her filters, we'd have naught to drink but blight water, and that would have drained the life out of us long ago.
Indeed it would.
I'll send the stuff on to Mid when it comes in.
Thank you, Karen.
Is it business or pleasure? Go on then. Come again. Or don't.
Where you a
Not
hooker?
much bothered either way.
Business or pleasure? Thousand Homes? Oh. Bro, the music's so nice. Oh, she died. Oh, damn. R.I.P. Good memory, good memento. Good honor.
Blackthorn, you busy?
What does it look like?
I have a commission for you. From Mid. She requires certain tools. Do you think you can make them?
Bloody hell. What's she planning to build with this stuff? An airship? I'll see what I can do. Tell her I'll bring them over when I'm done.
My thanks. And Mid's, no doubt. That just leaves the carpenter. Let's see if Bardolph's available.
It's all right. Sid has nothing to fear from Kupka. We'll deal with it.
Oh yeah. Go. No fucking excuse, it's a 4-day work week. It's a 4-day work week, bro.
a big mystery. Who could have dropped this cocaine? Let's say that there was somebody who had, like, a long record of doing crack cocaine. And there were lots of pictures of him doing crack cocaine. In fact, there was a story this week about this dude doing crack cocaine while driving 172 miles per hour on the freeway to Las Vegas so that he could, have sex with a bunch of hookers. What if that person lived at the White House and actually roomed with the President of the United States? I know, it's a big mystery. Sort of like the mystery of how the Hamburglar. You have a McDonald's, all the hamburger goes missing, and the person there, whose literal name is the Hamburglar, who could have taken all of the hamburgers? No one knows. It's a giant mystery. Well, according to audio, which has now been released of the hazmat team, here's what it sounded like when they found cocaine in the West Wing of the White House.
We have a result on the Gemini. Correction record has that we have a result on the Gemini. We have a yellow bar stating cocaine, hydrochloride, task number 53-21.
Originally, the suggestion from the tape is that it was found in the White House library. Then they claimed that it was not found in the White House library, but the mystery remains. Who left the cocaine? According to the Washington Free Beacon, shifting stories about where law enforcement officials discovered a substance identified as cocaine at the White House this week are raising questions about how it ended up inside the building. The Washington, D.C. Fire Department dispatch call on Sunday said the white powder identified as cocaine hydrochloride was discovered in the library of the Executive Mansion. A Secret Service spokesperson later said it was just found generally in the West Wing. The West Wing houses the daily work offices for President Biden and White House staffers. The library is located in the White House living quarters below, where access is more restricted. So it makes sense if you're trying to hide who was behind the cocaine to suggest that it was just in the West Wing more broadly. The West Wing is very large. You have hundreds of people who are working there. The location of the substance, according to the Free Beacon, could provide clues to whether it was brought into the building by a White House staffer. This is a worry by family member. And of course, remember that member Biden was pled guilty to tax and gun charges in June. Biden administration. What's even more awkward is the posters that have reportedly been appearing all around the White House. Somebody is missing his baggies of white powder, and for some reason that person is offering a reward of oil paintings. I don't know who it could be. I don't know who could offer oil paintings in return for the return of cocaine. No one really knows. Meanwhile, law enforcement is bewildered and bamboozled, which is weird because there are a few cameras in the White House. You would figure that this would be a pretty easy crime to actually solve, but apparently the FBI is really on top of the classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. Cocaine in the White House, According to Politico, law enforcement officials confirmed on Wednesday cocaine was found at the White House over the weekend, but one official familiar with the investigation cautioned the source of the drug was unlikely to be determined, given it was discovered in a highly trafficked area of the West Wing. Could be anyone. Small amounts of cocaine was found in a cubby area for storing electronics within the West Exec basement entryway into the West Wing, where many people have authorized access, including staff or visitors coming in for West Wing tours. Well, that's fair enough. I mean, I've actually been in this area of the White House. And this area of the White House does, in fact, have like this little cubby area where you're supposed to drop off your cell phones so that you don't record anything that happens in the West Wing. But that's really stupid. I mean, if you're a person walking into the West Wing, you're like, well, I guess I will leave here my cell phone and my cocaine. That is definitely a move.
Yeah, going to Rome is really fulfilling
it's going to be very difficult for us to do that because of where it
all
was.
my roots.
So even if there were surveillance cameras, unless we're waving it around, it might not have been caught by the cameras. It's a bit of a thoroughfare. People walk by there all the time. Now, here's the deal. Even if it were somebody associated with the Biden family, we would never find out about that because, I mean, the Secret Service has covered up for Hunter Biden in the past. You'll recall that when Hunter Biden actually applied for his gun license while lying on forms, or he pled guilty to a misdemeanor charge on that one, he ended up actually being sent to a diversion program for his drug abuse. But he lied on his gun forms, which would theoretically be a felony. And then his then girlfriend and sister-in-law, who he ended up having sex with and sleeping with after his brother was dead, she took the gun. She was afraid of him having it. She dumped it in a trash can behind a grocery store, which was directly across from high school. And the Secret Service actually showed up and then approached the owners of the store where Hunter bought the gun, according to Politico, and asked to take the paperwork involving the sale, according to two people, one of whom had first-hand knowledge of the episode. The other was briefed by a Secret Service agent after the fact. So Secret Service showed up to actually presumably cover up what exactly Hunter Biden was doing at the time. So even if it were somebody, call him, I don't know, maybe his name rhymes with Blunt or Schmeiden. Even if it were somebody like that, the question as to whether the Secret Service would ever allow that thing to, be released is, I think, questionable at best. We'll get to the White House response to all this momentarily. First, it takes a special kind of company to want to partner with the show. There are a lot of things that we say on the show that are controversial. I say them anyway because I believe that it's important to say the things that we actually believe here on the show. And, companies that stand behind us are companies we are proud to stand behind. That includes our friends over at Pure Talk. They make it possible for me to get here and every person in your family choose 50% off, additional 50% off. Else was attempting to bring if there's one thing about cocaine addicts, they really like to hold on to their cocaine as a general rule. Which does raise the question as to who else was attempting to bring the cocaine into the White House. Well, there were no answers forthcoming from the members of the White House press secretary's office. Karine Jean-Pierre, world's most untalented White House press secretary, she announced that the Biden administration is proud to have restored the rule of law in the White House. Other than, drug law and that sort of thing.
The president is proud to have restored the rule of law in his administration. And I can tell you here, and I can tell you now, that he will not exploit his office with conventions at the White House like it was done in the last administration. He will not do that.
Well, that is a very, very legally oriented administration. That administration. Then Karine Jean-Pierre was hit with a blizzard, a veritable snowfall of cocaine questions from the White House press corps. And, she blew it.
Can you give any more details on where the Secret Service found cocaine in the West Wing and how it got there?
So, as you know, this is under the purview of the Secret Service. They are currently investigating what happened over the weekend, so I would have to refer you to the Secret Service on all of this. But one thing that I can share, that I'll share a little bit more information. As you know, the President and the First Lady and their family were not here this weekend, as you all reported on this.
You said, hey, let's get to the bottom of what happened here.
Well, I just said that we have confidence that the Secret Service is going to get to the bottom of this. As you all know, the President follows all the reporting here.
Thanks, Bree. Just two quick follow-ups. You said the President has been briefed on the cocaine that was found at the White House. Is the White House conducting its own internal investigation?
This is something that's under the purview of the Secret Service. They're the ones who handle this investigation, so it lives in their purview, in their world.
Meanwhile, Joe Biden was asked about this, and obviously this is a president who takes the problem very seriously. He actually started laughing almost out loud about the question of whose cocaine was found in the White House that needed to go run.
President, what makes you confident that
I wish I had some. Because I remember when cocaine was actually in Coca-Cola. Meanwhile, the media treated this with all of the levity that Democrats receive when bad things happen to them. Here was the CNN team cracking up while talking about the cocaine situation at the White House.
It was suspected. The field test said cocaine. Yeah. Now these more conclusive lab tests. Yeah.
I would like to blow by blow. Who is responsible for this?
Too soon.
no one was injured, as far as we know, and it's an illicit drug at the White House. Why can't you actually have a bit of fun?
I don't believe in fun.
No, they're allowed to joke about this. Now, it is funny, but here's the thing. It's also criminal. Okay, but the entire media, and these people, who if this were during the Trump White House, this would be, it's Don Jr. on the sauce. Who at the Trump White House? Horrifying, evil people who are jailing drug addicts all over the country. Those terrible people. Who did this? Who would sully the White House this way? We need to restore honor to the White House. But if it's Democrat, they're like, hey man, it's fun and games. Just snort a few lines. They'll all be good. But the CBS anchors also laughing hysterically.
I'm hung up on the believed to be comment. How long does it take to find out? Also, they're kind of blaming it on the tourists. On the tourists? The public area?
Yes, are people careless with their cocaine?
It's an expensive drug.
So many questions there.
A lot of questions. We are not quite to the Jimmy Carter level where multiple officials in the White House are in trouble and one person resigned. But I don't want to hear from President Biden or Trump. I would like to hear more from President too. That they used to sit on Capitol Hill and swore I was wrong. Put this in layman's terms. What happened? Because I'm a little confused. He literally rolled up in a cartoon. Ready to go.
Never say 100 guys. Tell every joke with 100 Now, if you're a Democrat at the White House, you can have a man jiggling his fake breast at the White House. That's not a problem. That's actually just a sign of true freedom.
Wait, oh, do I only have 3,
White House openly talking about doing pot at the White House with no ramification, no repercussion. I mean, here's Snoop Dogg.
Wait, I thought I got Titan.
Barack Obama was president, openly talking about how he toked at the White House.
Maybe it's gonna unlock some crafting things.
There's an open talk during one of these big star-studded White House events, and Snoop Dogg was, doing
You with a good oil.
in the White House.
Should be enough to keep us going.
Then what Barack Obama himself made it part of his.
How do, Master Sid?
Right off. Mid's looking to build a workshop in the storeroom.
I'm Master Sid, but your bitch is mid.
So naturally I thought of you.
My bitch is
Well,
mid.
I'd love to help the young miss however I can. But I'm afraid I got my hands full just keeping this place afloat.
Miss Mid, I'm Master Sid.
And if I don't patch them,
And I
they'll
have
slip
Miss
into the mere. I'd gladly spare Mid all the time I have, but the sad truth is, I ain't got none. It don't have to be me, though, does it? What about that other fella? You know, the one over at Martha's Rest. Werner, was it?
That's right. And he's a friend of the cause. I'll ask Martha if she can spare him. Thank you. Right off.
Because the rule is that if you are Hunter Biden, I mean, you remember when George W. Bush's daughters were caught in college drinking. It's like, oh, they're underage drinking. That's just terrible. How could they be underage drinking? Think anything like that ever would have applied to the Obama kids? Of course not. Because the rule is that if you are Hunter Biden, a 52-year-old moral derelict who snorts cocaine off the asses of hookers, then you are a beautiful boy. You are merely a wayward child. The real story here is your beautiful relationship with your addled old father. If, however, you're a Republican and anything remotely like this happens, then it's outrageous, it's just terrible, it's awful across the board. That's the way all of this works. Speaking of lack of moral standards, we'll get to the Biden grandchild scandal in just one moment. First, when you are running a business, your employees can create all sorts of interesting situations the White House reviews. The matter is, it's your biggest liability. Okay, meanwhile, the other scandal that is a ruling regarding Hunter, aside from, the overt criminality of Hunter Biden, and the very high likelihood that he was involved in a corrupt scheme where he was trafficking in his father's name and then having the money passed to him, quite possibly to his dad. Leave all of that aside. The other damaging Hunter Biden scandal is simply the continuing problem that Hunter Biden sired a child out of wedlock, and Joe Biden simply refuses to acknowledge his grandchild. Like refuses. Hunter Biden signed and discussed an actual arrangement, a custody agreement with his former lover, where he was able to lower the amount of money that he was paying her per month, but he did give her some oil payments. And also, she was not allowed to use her daughter's Biden last name, which is literally the only thing that has made Hunter Biden a success in life at all. I think he's a giant failure in life, but the only thing that has granted him any level of monetary fiscal success, Hunter Biden, is trafficking in the last name. That is exactly the thing he denied to his illegitimate child by a former stripper and secretary who was essentially performing sex act upon him and women. And so the question is, where is Joe in all this, right? Isn't Joe a man of honor? The Biden family means everything to him. Well, White House is asked about this. Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about the 7th grandchild, who was never mentioned by the White House. Here is her answer.
There was a story in the New York Times over the weekend about Hunter Biden's daughter in Arkansas. Does the president acknowledge his little girl as his granddaughter?
I don't know anything
So
about,
beautiful.
whether he actually acknowledges having a granddaughter who's clearly a granddaughter.
Why do you fucking miss
A
it,
nice
bro?
man view. Or does it seem more and more across the Biden story that Joe Biden's been enabled, and that maybe he enables his son, not only because he doesn't know what to do with them, I mean, there are a lot of parents who don't know what to do with kids or whatever, but maybe it's also because, the son, there's an awful lot of cash, and as it turns out, Breitbart is now reporting based on a piece from the Washington Times, quote, a staffer for then Vice President Joe Biden, CC Hunter Biden, on his email about a scheduled call with former Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko, a document released by the National Archives due to a FOIA request. Joe.
Don't waste my time. You ain't got the stuff.
Joe Biden's assistant, John Flynn, looped in Hunter on a
Anything
schedule
else?
dated May 26, 2016, about a call between Joe Biden and Poroshenko. Flynn wrote to Joe and Hunter Biden, quote, boss, 8:45 a.m. prep for 9 a.m. phone call with President Poroshenko. Then we're off to Rhode Island for infrastructure event, and then Wilmington for University of Delaware commencement. They will have your draft remarks delivered later today, or with your press clips in the morning. On May 27th, the call took place. Joe Biden urged Poroshenko to reform Ukraine's Prosecutor General office. The establishment media reported. At that time, Burisma was under suspicion of money laundering and public corruption. Prosecutor Victor Shokin was
I always felt like he needed that.
discrimination by Poroshenko due to pressure applied by Joe Biden. So, is that kind of suspicious? That Hunter
That's really good.
On conversations between Joe Biden and Poroshenko. And it was Poroshenko who fired the prosecutor who was investigating the Ukraine case that involved Burisma, which was Hunter Biden's firm. Biden, of course, famously bragged about the firing, and how he went to Poroshenko and basically had Shokin fired. But I looked at them and said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor is not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch, he got fired, said Joe Biden.
Where's 1,000 tomes, bro?
Possessed two pieces of evidence showing Joe
In
and
here,
Hunter
then.
$5 million each in bribe from Burisma, according to the House Republican investigators. So yet another piece of corroborative evidence that Hunter Biden was into relationships in Ukraine involving Joe. All this is rather close to say the least. Meanwhile,
My knowledge is yours. I have a few new notes that might interest you.
I don't think you're level up, right?
But Joe Biden is running directly into it, so he actually tweeted out.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
So he keeps just saying Bidenomics over and over in the hope that somehow it'll latch on. So he tweeted out, quote, every American willing to work hard should be able to get a job no matter where they are and keep their roots where they grew up. That's Bidenomics. Now you may be asking yourself what the hell that means. How is that even a school of economics? Normally when you say Bidenomics, Reaganomics meant supply-side economics, right? Reaganomics meant lower the tax rates, and that will increase production, it will increase investment, and that will generate a bigger economy, which will generate more tax revenue. That was Reaganomics. You describe it. Clintonomics is the idea that a balanced budget would eventually achieve significant economic growth and more full faith and credit in the American dollar. Right? That was Clintonomics. Obamanomics was we are going to just spend endless amounts of money on random projects under the demand-side Keynesian theory that if we do so, we'll grow the economy. What the hell is Bidenomics? Let me read that phrase to you again, what he says. Every American willing to work hard should be able to get a job no matter where they are and keep their roots where they grew up. Well, I also can say stupid statements like that. Every American willing to work hard should be able to make $7.3 million per year at the job of their choice, at the beachside resort of their choice. That's Shapiro-nomics. Like, what the hell does that mean? You're just saying random sentences now. Every American should be able to work the job of their choice without an educational degree, even up to and including brain surgeon, in the city of their choice, in a penthouse apartment of at least 4,000 square feet. That's Shapiro-nomics. That's not a school of economics, dude. We can all see what Bidenomics is. It looks like 40-year highs in inflation. It looks like stagnating wages. It looks like a continued stagnation in the economy that eventually is going to lead to a recession here. That's what it looks like. So, he's just trying to tweet through this thing. It's really pretty pathetic. Meanwhile, of course, he's got the media defending him, of course, with Andrea Mitchell saying that Joe Biden just doesn't get enough credit for his economic achievements. That's the big problem. Must be nice to be a Democrat.
But tell me about the president's disapproval ratings and how you counteract that. He's not getting credit for his economic achievements.
No, he's not. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that people are in a pretty soft mood. I have been studying politics pretty much all of my life, and I have been really taking a hard look at where we are today in the scheme of things, comparing it to where this country was back in 1876, when the division in the country was as stark then as it is now.
I mean, why do you think people are in a pretty sour mood? Could it be because his economy is not all that good? We'll get into more economic problems facing Joe Biden in 1 second. First, the CEO of Innovation Refunds and GetRefunds.com has been on TV lately explaining how they've helped so many small businesses with their ERC tax refunds. They've completed thousands of returns for different kinds of businesses, including over $700 million for construction companies, over $200 million in restaurants, bars, and hotels. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star Trustpilot and Google reviews and is certified with the Better Business Bureau. In just 8 minutes, you can easily start the process over at GetRefunds.com. You could be on your way to receiving up to $26,000 per employee. That ERC tax credit is not a loan; it's a refund on your already paid taxes, designed to let the business owner direct the refund money into anything the business needs to grow. It's money you can use to improve your business however you see fit. Go to GetRefunds.com right now to start the process. charge. They don't get paid unless you get paid, so you have nothing to lose. Innovation Refunds has already helped clients claim over $5 billion in payroll tax refunds through the ERC. You may be able to help your business as well. Head on over to getrefunds.com or download the app from the App Store today. That's getrefunds.com today. If you pay too much money to the federal government, why not go get that money back right now? Head on over to getrefunds.com or download their app from the App Store today. That's getrefunds.com. Okay, so speaking of the stagnating economy, the federal officials at the Federal Reserve actively considered raising rates in June. Okay, what that means is that they're having trouble actually reining in inflation to the extent necessary to allow for future economic growth. And they're afraid that if they raise the interest rates too high, they're going to sink the economy in time for Joe Biden's re-elect effort. This is why when anybody claims the Federal Reserve is truly independent, it's really not true. According to the Wall Street Journal, most Federal Reserve officials expected they would need to lift interest rates further this year after pausing increases last month. Though some wanted to raise rates in June because the economy hasn't slowed enough. Minutes of the June policy meeting released on Wednesday offered nothing to dispel recent market expectations of a rate increase this month to combat inflation. So the Fed is just sitting a bunch of mixed signals.
Where's the Republican War Panther?
Don't know whether they should put their money in, whether they should keep their money out. And when in doubt, people are keeping their money out. And that's a real problem. And it's going to get worse. When the Federal Reserve says, we're not sure, did we raise the interest rates high enough? Maybe we should raise a little more next time. When they are treating the economy and the strength of the United States dollar as essentially a soup, and they are just constantly tasting the soup, that doesn't lend confidence. All 11 voting members of the policy-setting Federal Open Market Committee agreed to last month's decision.
Where's your cooler design?
Several of the 18 voting and non-voting officials would have agreed to raise rates then. Some of them favored or could have supported a rate increase, according to the minutes, because momentum in economic activity had been stronger than earlier anticipated. There were few clear signs inflation was on a path to return to the 2% objective over time. There will come a point here, by the way, where if Joe Biden is faced with a serious economic meltdown here, then you could see a world in which the Federal Reserve basically just changes its mind. Instead of looking at a 2% rate, they say, you know what, it would be so bad if we were at like 3%. Now remember, inflation is the silent destroyer of savings. It destroys your savings. If you inflate at a 2% rate, then that means that over the course of the next 50 years, your savings are worth literally almost nothing. You basically, by 100%, increase the money supply, at which point all of your savings are worth virtually nothing. So that is one of the things that is happening here. And people who are saving don't know whether to spend and spend into the economy, which will hold out in the hopes that the interest rates go back down. Plus, there are some other significant market problems that are waiting in the wings, and people know this. The Wall Street Journal reports that this was supposed to be the year that higher interest rates started to bite, taking down dodgy borrowers who loaded up on the some of them are in trouble. I don't expect problems to red bar. I think they're making mistakes. On the idea that over the next 2 years, cash is going to be very hard to come by, and a lot of these companies are going to struggle to actually come up with the money necessary to pay back their banks, at which point a lot of equities are going to come onto the market at very, very low rates to be a buyer's market.
I wondered if I might be able to borrow Bernard for a short while.
As McIntosh says, for now, it's only been smaller companies that shareholders seem to care. Just as junk bond investors like the trashiest investments,
Do you know where I
big
might
stocks
find him?
with the weakest balance sheets.
He went up to Cressida on business. No idea what road. Places are real.
This dash
As far as I know, he's still there.
Big macroeconomic surprise for years, the U.S. economy has remained strong, even as inflation is moderated. The weakest borrowers benefited because the most famously bypassed recession in history simply refused to arrive. But creditworthy didn't gain much because the Federal Reserve will keep rates higher longer as a result. In investment management speak, credit risk has done well. Interest rate risk has done bad. Notice if you were betting on the interest rates to come down, you were wrong. If you bet that people would continue to pump money into the economy, then you were right. But rates are still rising. The economy will be held back by the need to shore up those highly indebted companies. And so there are a bunch of weak links in the economy. When that debt comes due, is the federal government going to pump up the inflation again by lowering the interest rates again to prevent companies from simply failing? Or is there actually going to be a recession in which it will be a buyer's market for the smart investor who stayed out? McIntosh says there are a bunch of weak links. He puts them in 3 buckets. The first are the obvious disasters. Super speculative also brands that finance themselves in the final stages of the post-pandemic boom, mostly using spam. Plus some debt finance zombies that should have gone bust or saved by zero interest rates. This would be like second-tier electric car startups. As the markets implode, so will they. The second type of weak company
Run like the wind.
Decent decent businesses with solid cash flow piled on huge amounts of debt during the era of easy money, but now facing a reckoning. Rising rates make it harder to service their debt. And steady, supposedly safe businesses have problems where I think the market is going. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for people who have cash in the bank to buy up some pretty decent companies at lower rates. The third type of big company is the one that ought to be doing the best. A business with earnings that swing around a lot without too much debt. These should benefit from growth in the economy while not suffering much from higher interest rates. They're more likely to be listed than the financially engineered high-debt businesses. Private equity doesn't like them as much because their higher volatility means they can't actually borrow. And in fact, those are the companies that are outperforming right now. Well, those risky companies, if they start to underperform, if the economy tanks, or if they are unable to pull back their debt, then you're going to see a pretty significant economic pullback, pretty significant recession. So just wait for it. Now, I still believe that bad economic ideas have consequences.
And the lad who saved my life.
Several years.
What brings you to a
Really
place
bad
like this?
economic ideas. Those are
You
all
do,
the short
Bernard.
term, by the way.
Martha said I might find you here.
And that is,
I
baby
have a
boomer
proposition
generations are
for
all
you.
about to retire. When they all retire,
Do you know?
then the systemic debt problem in the United States, and remember we still have to service our debt at the increased interest rates, those are going to come due. The boomers are all going to want their Social Security, and the base of people who are there to support them is much smaller than it was 20, 30 years ago.
Workshop, you say?
As the Washington
Well, that
Post
beats
points
tacking
out,
boards to
numbers of
bridges,
workers
sure
who
enough.
retire threaten the future
And
of programs such as Social
if
Security and
Martha
Medicare,
didn't
which
mind me
support
being
older
gone a
Americans by
while,
taxing
then
criminals.
neither do I.
And maybe the stupidest
Just
thing
tell
is
me
that
where you
modern
want.
politics are literally not allowed to
That's the spirit. I couldn't ask a favor, though, could I? Before we go? Of course.
The minute you say that, people from both sides of the aisle will yell. Donald Trump will yell at you. If you say that we need to restructure Social Security and Medicare.
Well, that there is Crescent,
And so will the
where I grew up.
network.
Ain't much left of it now, though.
Broken the so-called population
Except my
pyramid.
parents' graves.
Normally a population demographic
But I came up here hoping to visit.
People
I even patched up the bridge to get across.
acting as sort of
Only to find the
base,
place
and
crawling
people
with
stepping over at the
thieves.
very top, representing like a very small
But you're
slice of
a
the
dab
population.
hand when it comes to dealing with beasts and bogles, ain't you? Any chance you could...
It's the least I can do.
Followed by 30, 39, 40, 49,
Thank you
70.
kindly.
People die off as they get older, obviously.
And take care.
But because the boomers are such a large generation, you're starting to see the population pyramid invert. Right now, the population pyramid almost looks like a rectangle up and down. That's a real problem. The people at the top of that rectangle, those people are not paying into the system. They're just drawing out from the system. The workforce currently is older than it has been ever. In 1984, people under 40 were 60% of the workforce. It's only 45% today. People are going to continue to retire. They're going to want their money. And all those programs are inflation adjusted, which means that it's the workers who are going to pay the bill. So look for the stagnation. Again, market realities still exist. We saw it materialize in terms of inflation. If you don't think the other market realities, namely the recession that comes in the wake of easy money spends and bubbles that burst, is going to happen, I'd recommend that you look at reality a little bit. In just a second, we'll get to the Joe Biden educational plan. The National Education Association has, surprise, surprise, re-elected all of its old bosses and friends. And Joe Biden had things to say about the magic of education. We'll get there in just 1 second. First, let's talk about the thing that keeps you sane. So one of the things that keeps you sane in life is connection with God. It's one of the things that keeps me sane in life. There's a lot going on in my life. There's a lot going on in the world. And it's that connection with God that means a lot to me, which is why I pray 3 times a day. But if you're looking to up your game, regardless of
This shouldn't take long.
Where's Jill at, bro?
do that. So the NEA is one of the most nefarious forces in American life, along with the American Federation of Teachers. Both of these groups work very hard to make sure that your child cannot go to the local public school during all the COVID shutdowns for no apparent reason other than it was great to have their teachers paid by the state to not work. Well, now, the NEA...
You made short work of that lot.
All of its leaders, all of them are doing such a magnificent job.
Thank you, son.
Not teaching your children.
Now my folks can rest in peace once more.
America continues to wildly underperform educationally, and the big solution offered by the
How
Democratic
long
Party
is it since the village was abandoned?
Pay the teachers more. I'm loath to... I honestly cannot think of another career where...
People started packing their things after the Dutchy
Like at a
fell.
certain point now,
Between the Blight and the Imperials, you just couldn't make ends meet.
lose all value. But if you're a teacher...
Must be nigh on a decade since the last wagon left.
The NEA, AFT, and Democratic Party are there for you.
Oh, it may as well have been a century. Looking at the place. This isn't the Cressida I remember.
In many states, the union dues are actually collected by the state on behalf of these unions in the public sector. And then those dues are used by the NEA
Can't live in the
and
past,
AFT in order to
no matter how nice it might have been. As soon as I'm done saying a prayer for those that raised me, it's on to your hideaway.
That is also the reason
I'll meet you there.
why at the NEA annual meeting, the Representative Assembly on July 4th, Miguel Cardona, the U.S. Secretary of Education, showed up. Joe Biden.
That should take care of
So
it.
did Joe Biden. What do you have to do to get these people to show up for you? Well, I mean, pay them lots of money. And then you say there's not corruption in politics. One of my favorite things when Democrats, people on the left, there's too much money in politics, except for the giant teachers unions that handle everything related to your kids and use money that you pay in taxes in order to indoctrinate your kids and get paid richly for being bad at their job. That's not money in politics. Money they seize from you via your tax money and then paid to these teachers. And then the teachers have to pay the unions, and then the unions pay the Democrats. That's not corrupt money in politics. Corrupt money in politics is when you give a donation to Donald Trump of $75. That's corrupt money in politics. Anyway, they're doing a stellar job over there. Miguel Cardona, who is the head of the education department, one of the departments that needs to be immediately erased over at the federal level, he talked about the magic of the National Education Association, and he talked about the evils of privatizing education. God forbid your children should be able to go to a school of your choice.
In some parts of this country,
It's
they've
a
developed
black mage.
an intentional toxic disrespect against teachers in public schools. A toxic disrespect from so-called leaders that complain about public education, but sleep well at night knowing their teachers are making less than $40,000 a year. A toxic disrespect from those who want to privatize education and starve public schools from the resources they so desperately need. A toxic disrespect from those seeking to divide our nation by politicizing equity and inclusion.
Oh my God, they're politicizing equity and inclusion. That's why you have toxic disrespect, my friend. Yesterday was Independence Day, and the Democrats celebrated as they typically do with a bunch of sloganeering and empty jingoism, because the real question is, why exactly people celebrate Independence Day? I mean, I understand why I celebrate Independence Day, because I think the principles of the Declaration of Independence, the principles that were established by the founding of this country, are in fact the greatest principles ever set for the founding of a country. But I do not think that a lot of Democrats feel the same way. And so this raises some serious questions as to why exactly certain people celebrate that holiday. As it turns out, we'll find out. Many people don't, but if you're the president of the United States, then you have to at least pretend that you celebrate the holiday with all of the hoopla. So here was Joe Biden yesterday celebrating Independence Day from the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come out of every single
We got 'em.
military crisis stronger than we went in for 247 years. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We're the only nation that has. So folks, happy 4th of July. God bless you and may God protect our troops.
Exciting stuff. There was also apparently some serious celebration over at the White House. According to the New York Times, a small amount of a white powdery substance was found in the White House on Sunday evening. According to a person familiar with the episode, an initial test by emergency response workers determined it was cocaine. President Biden and his family were away at Camp David when a uniformed Secret Service agent found the substance during a patrol of the West Wing around 6 p.m. on Sunday, prompting a brief shutdown of the White House while they tried to figure out exactly what it was. It turns out it was coke. Mystery of mysteries. How could cocaine end up in the West Wing of the White House? No one knows. Apparently the substance was found in a work area of the West Wing. Another dispatch said that the substance had been found in a White House library. That was incorrect. Apparently it was found instead in a work area of the West Wing. It may or may not have had someone in the White House may or may not have left a note saying, if you find a powdery white substance in a bag, please return it to Hunter Biden.
Brilliant.
Unclear. Exactly.
Is there
So celebrating the
anything
4th
else
of
you
July
need?
in style, Kamala Harris also decided to celebrate the 4th
Blackthorn
of
and Lady
July
Karen
with
have
a
already
picture that is
sent
very
over
clearly
everything asked for,
staged
and I've got all my plans
of
drawn.
her and her husband
So as soon as Verna
barbecuing
gets here, we can get to
somewhere.
work.
I do not think that they are
I
barbecuing.
can't wait.
Like, that barbecue is immaculate. There is no way. That is the stages. That is the stages July 4th photo. Happy 4th of July, says Vice President Kamala Harris. Well, again, this is all just to lead up to a big question, which is, why do people celebrate July 4th in the first place? Well, it turns out that every year there are these polling stats that come out with regard to how many people believe they are extremely proud to be American. And there's a massive partisan gap. And this massive partisan gap has existed in America for literally as long as I've been alive, but it has grown wider and wider in the United States.
That's my good deed for the
So,
day done.
there's a Gallup poll, and it shows that today,
Let's see how
60%
Jill's
of
faring.
Republicans say they are extremely proud to be American. Only 33% of independents say they are extremely proud to be American. Only 29% of Democrats say they are extremely proud to be American. Now, what's amazing about those stats is that right now Joe Biden is the president of the United States. Right now, Democrats are in control of the United States Senate. And actually, if you look at the polls, what you see is that Republicans are consistently more proud to be American than Democrats are. This was true throughout the Obama era, even during the Obama era, when Democrats were so proud of President Obama because finally they'd shown that a black person would be president of the United States.
do my
and all that.
best.
They still weren't exactly
Oh,
proud of the
Gav
United
is looking
States.
for you. He said he had
These
something to
stats
show
during
you
the
in the
Obama
shelves.
era.
The
Something
shelves.
like 75 to 80% of
that's
Republicans said they
right.
were proud to be
You need
American.
to ask Hippocrates about
And
talk
only
more.
about
You must have
50%
found
of
something.
Democrats, 45% of Democrats said they were extremely proud to be American. That, of course, plummeted the minute that Donald Trump was elected. When Donald
I've already
Trump
done
was
this
elected,
shit.
that dropped well down
Okay.
into the 20% area for Democrats. Independent, the independents being proud of America, that's been on a steady state of decline since essentially 2001. In fact, if you go all the way back to 2001, more Democrats than independents said that they were extremely proud to be American. But the bottom line is there's this massive partisan gap in who exactly is extremely proud to be American, and it's been existing for a very long time. There's studies that demonstrate
A team of curse breakers has gone missing near Northreach.
is a pretty good.
Which team?
It's a pretty good indicator.
Poles.
It correlates very
They
highly.
were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be smuggled to market. They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked by goblins. A curse breaker managed to release a Stolas amid the confusion, but this was days ago. They should be back by now, but I've heard nothing from any of them. I can't help but worry that
They know the work is dangerous.
Homophobia and all the rest.
But I'm sure they're
What
fine.
exactly is it that you are proud
But what
of?
if I've got them all killed?
First, let's talk about maintaining a healthy lifestyle this summer.
Before they go out, I always remind them why we're doing this, and what they escaped, and what we're freeing people from. But I never really thought how my words might affect them. What risks they might take because of the things I've said.
Essential nutritional ingredients every single day. Through Balance of Nature's advanced cold
I'll go
active
and find
process,
them.
vitamins, minerals, and phytonutrients in
We'll
fruits and
both
vegetables.
rest easier knowing they're safe.
Thank you, Sid. And I'm sorry to trouble you with this. The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the
It's a
Dragon's
special
area.
edition tonight, and a really special one.
Can't tell you much more than
Everyone's
that,
getting
I'm
older,
afraid.
but let's be honest.
That should be enough to
some
go
of
on.
us wants to. Once you're
If they were
old enough
there,
to drive and
Torgal
buy
will track them
drink,
down.
it's a slow but inexorable tumble down a very big and often pretty torturous hill. Aches multiply, hangovers intensify, energy levels recede as fast as your hairline. A number of things to look forward to and dream of decline as we all gradually and reluctantly just run out of road. Well, time is kinder to some of us than others, even at the same age, but we're all going to die. That is an irrefutable fact. And whether you believe in an afterlife or not, there's a premium on making the best of the time we have with the people we love. Humans have understood that for as long as civilization has existed, and we fought a long, often fruitless war against Father Time. Ancient Greeks plastered their faces with crocodile dung. Victorians rinsed their hair in orange onion juice. One Hungarian noblewoman bathes in virginal blood. Thankfully, the methods have changed
That's
to try
facts.
and arrest the aging process, but the aspiration remains the same. $70 billion a year, aging process, but the aspiration. Thankfully, the methods have changed. One Hungarian noblewoman bathes in virginal blood. Thankfully, the methods have changed to try and arrest the aging process, but the aspiration remains the same. $70 billion a year is spent on face filling, lip plumping, nose grafting, and other plastic enhancements for the sagging torso. Billions more is spent on research into things like biohacking, a scientific quest for the fountain of youth. This field spans everything from the noble quest to unravel incurable diseases like Alzheimer's to work on reversing the age of the body's organs. But one man, millionaire entrepreneur Brian Johnson, has taken his quest to remarkable levels. He spent $2 million working with a team of 30 doctors and medics to effectively reboot his body. He reckons he's managed to reverse his biological age already by 5 years.
You have to really think about it from a holistic perspective. So it's the common things like diet and exercise, but it's also a much broader consideration. So I have a team of doctors that I work with, and we just go through this rigorous process of measurement, gold standard science, implementation, measurement is produced near perfect health for me.
Sounds good, doesn't it? In a moment I'll talk to Brian Johnson, but it's worth considering why this might not be about vanity or selfishness. Our societies could depend on people being healthier for longer. In 1950, 1 in every 12 people in the rich world was age 65 or above. By 2050, it'll be closer to 1 in 4. Those old people are expensive. They'll need looking after. And that gets to the heart of the question. We're told the world's already overpopulated, that we can't feed or house the people who already exist here. Mavericks like Brian Johnson have resources and technologies that ordinary people don't, meaning the process of reversing aging is for now the preserve of the rich. So could it actually be, immoral to try to live longer? Can the planet afford for him to be successful in this mission? Can we, should we, as I asked at the start of the show, try to turn back time? Well, Brian Johnson joins me now. Brian, great to have you on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Before we get into your new life and what you've been achieving or not achieving, I want to just take you back to life before this. You grew up in Utah. It was a very conventional American Mormon life that you led, and you became, in your 20s, incredibly successful, culminating in selling a business that you created called Braintree Payment Solutions to PayPal, then owned by eBay, for $800 million. So for many people, it would have appeared that you were living the American dream. You were a billionaire, incredibly successful guy, and yet at the same time, by your own admission, you were miserable. You were depressed to the point of feeling suicidal. You were very overweight. You were very stressed. You've been through a divorce. And actually, you thought your life sucked. What was the epiphany moment for you to say, right, I'm going to do something about this?
I learned how to fly an airplane. I got my pilot's license, and one day I was in the airplane, and I had my hands on the controls, and I turned the autopilot on. And I was amazed at how the autopilot was able to keep the plane perfectly smooth, even in turbulent air. And I wondered to myself, could I build an autopilot for me, a system that takes better care of me than I can? And that's when we started. I wondered, could I hire a team of doctors? Could we look at scientific evidence, create scientific protocols, and then iterate that process again and again, and basically do exactly as the science and data said, and just have a system take care of me. And in that process, I removed my mind from the situation. So I no longer went to the pantry and tried to find food. I didn't order off of menus at restaurants. I didn't go to the grocery store and pick out what I thought looked pretty. It was just simply data, science, and clinical grade protocols. I got my system running on its own.
I mean, it's completely fascinating, I think, what you're doing here in terms of a social experiment. I guess my sort of overview question is, how do you feel right now compared to what you were like before that light bulb moment?
I don't think even if I could have spoken to myself in that moment, that I could fully articulate to myself what it would feel like to be me right now. The clarity of mind, the stability of emotions, the hope for life. I've never felt this good in my entire life. And it just is really difficult to articulate a sense of well-being.
We're going to get to exactly
Clive,
how
where have
you've
you been?
been doing this.
I've been wanting to
But
ask you
what was
something
the
about Togo.
overall goal? When you started out, what was your goal?
Where did you get it, in the first place?
I think we're at this really interesting time in the early 21st century.
Yeah,
We zoom out on planet Earth and we try to quiet all
They
the
front
noise,
loaded a
everything
bunch of
going on,
info in the
try to say
beginning.
what really is going on. I want to make 3 observations. One is AI is progressing at a
Well, they kind of have to, obviously.
2 is the biosphere of our planet is potentially in question. And 3, we humans are dangerously
Set the stage.
And the in the early 21st century, if we
Set
say
the
talent
stage,
is
set
the
the
ability to
stage,
hit the
set the
target no one else can, but
stage.
genius is the
Opening
ability to hit the target no one
ceremony,
can
set
see.
the stage.
What is the genius
Better
move for us who
man,
live in
set
this
the
early 21st
stage.
century? And it could be
Kom nigga
changing our relationship with
san,
self
set the
and with time.
stage.
We may think very
Good nigga
differently about ourselves as a species,
san,
about
rough
each
the
other, about
stage.
war, about compassion and peace, if this inevitable
Ghost
decay and aging wasn't
mains,
so
smoking sage.
omnipresent in our minds and life.
So, Brian, you're 45
Cocaine,
years
number
old now,
pain.
and yet all the
Frank
experts around you
Ocean,
believe you now have the
Novocaine.
heart of a 37-year-old, the
Know your
skin of a
pain.
28-year-old, the lung capacity and fitness of an 18-year-old, and the gum inflammation of a 17-year-old. So, regardless of anything else, clearly you are reversing the aging process on specific parts of your body. The 5 years old now.
Differently about ourselves as a species, about each other, about war. The genius is addressing at everything for centuries. I think
started out, what was your goal?
I think we're at this really interesting time in the early 21st century. If we zoom out on planet Earth and we try to quiet all the noise, everything going on, we try to say what really is going on. I would make 3 observations. One is AI is progressing at incredible speeds. 2 is the biosphere of our planet is potentially in question. And 3, we humans are dangerously at each other's throats. And in the early 21st century, if we say
Biosphere?
talent is the ability to hit the target no one else can, but genius is the ability to hit the target no one can see. What is the genius move for us who live in this early 21st century? And it could be changing our relationship with self and with time. We may think very differently about ourselves as a species, about each other, about war, about compassion and peace, if this inevitable decay and aging wasn't so omnipresent in our minds and life.
So, Brian, you're 45 years old now, and yet all the experts around you believe you now have the heart of a 37-year-old, the skin of a 28-year-old, the lung capacity and fitness of an 18-year-old, and the gum inflammation of a 17-year-old. So, regardless of anything else, clearly you are reversing the aging process on specific parts of your body.
Yeah, Piers, I'd also say I think I have the hope for the future of humanity of an 18-year-old. And I have an unbridled hope for the future that I just don't think I've ever had in my life.
Okay, let's get into how you've done this, because one of the stats that leapt out at me was just mind-boggling. You've taken 33,537 images of your bowels. Is that true?
That is true. I swallowed a camera the size of a baby carrot, and then I took laxatives for 6 hours, and it came out 10 hours and 38 minutes later. Yeah, all Instagram-worthy photos.
Okay, you discovered your eyelashes are shorter than average. You probed the thickness of your carotid artery. And probably this will be of interest to a lot of male viewers. You blasted your pelvic floor with electromagnetic pulses to improve muscle tone in those hard-to-reach areas of the body. And you believe this has had a dramatically beneficial effect just on your sexual function, never mind anything else.
That's right. It had an off-target result where I started experiencing more and intense nighttime erections. It wasn't the intended target, but it was a funny coincidence.
So you are basically a human natural Viagra machine.
I suppose so.
Let's go through your day. So you wake up, I think, at 5 o'clock every morning, and you go to sleep, I think, religiously at 8 o'clock. And we'll come to the reasons why you're so specific about that. But when you get up, what is the first thing you do?
My day consists of maybe 100 different activities that we've designed throughout the past 2 years. every activity I do is based upon scientific evidence and a clinical grade protocol. So the first thing I do in the morning is take my waking ear temperature. My body runs 3 degrees Fahrenheit lower than normal. So my morning temperature reading is typically 95.9 or 96.1 Fahrenheit. I then weigh myself looking at fat, muscle, body weight, hydration. I have a special light for sunlight exposure. I then go downstairs, drink a concoction I call the Green Giant. I take 57 pills, and I then work out for an hour. I do red light therapy on my hair, HRV therapy, heart rate variability therapy via my ear, and eat my breakfast, which is a few pounds of vegetables, and then I'm ready for the day.
And how much actual exercise do you do, like physical exercise?
It's an hour. It's about just under 40 different movements. I try to flex and work every muscle in my entire body.
You have remarkably low body fat, I think 5 to 6% is the average. You've been as low as 3%, which was considered dangerous, and your medics had to do something about that. I mean, are you concerned as you push it, that you may push too far?
Yeah, the body does need a certain amount of fat. What we did is we said, I'm on caloric restriction, so it's 2,000 calories a day. The recommended daily allowance for me is 2,500, so I'm about 20% lower than normal. Caloric restriction has a lot of scientific evidence of being very beneficial. I do that, and so the body, with this 2,000 calorie budget, I just let my body run. And so we keep very close track. We have a whole body MRI looking at fat and muscle throughout the whole body. We use ultrasound imaging. We use other scales. So we track it very closely, and it's monitored via every measurement modality we can access.
You're on a strict vegan diet. Interestingly, Bear Grylls, the great adventurer, recently came out with an interview in which he said that he tried a vegan diet for a while, and actually he's now pivoted to an organic meat diet and believes the benefits from that are much better for him. I mean, are you convinced that a vegan diet is the only way that you can achieve what you want to achieve?
I'm vegan by choice, not by necessity. Blueprint does not express any opinions. There's no human opinion in the entire protocol. We simply say we're going to measure, look at scientific evidence, create clinical grade protocols, and do the whole process again. Measurement, science, data, again and again and again. And so with me, I prefer to be vegan, and so I've tried this out, and it seems to be working. It does not say anything about a carnivore diet. People can certainly do it and maybe achieve the same outcomes. I haven't done it. But the important thing is I have the 2,000 calories a day, which I eat a lot of vegetables, but I also take, 100 supplements. That's not just to accommodate veganism or caloric restriction. It's basically, if you ask every organ in the body, and that's what we try to do, is measure every organ, and we say, hey, heart, hey, kidney, and lungs, what do you need to be your best self? The result is the diet and the supplements I take. So it really is a body first where the body can speak through data.
What are the key supplements, do you think, that you take every day?
I have them here. So this is, for example, if you can see this is 57 pills that I take in the morning. And then this here is the remaining 35 or so that I take in the afternoon. And, a lot of people look at that and say that's extreme. It is. Also, it is basically, we are trying to ask a question at the very frontier of scientific possibilities. If you ask the body, what do you need to be in absolute perfect health, to slow the rate of aging to the maximum degree and try to reverse aging that has happened, that's our question. So it's not just how do you maintain a healthy lifestyle, it is pushing the absolute frontiers, speaking to the organs directly. And so a lot of people who try veganism or caloric restriction, they fail because they don't account for the things they need in terms of supplementing the things they would otherwise miss. But the point is, with the data, you can verify whether these things can or cannot work.
I take about 4 vitamins a day, supplements, and quite often it takes me about 3 or 4 goes to get it down my throat. And sometimes I just gag. I think a lot of people have issues taking pills. You're taking nearly 100 a day? How do you actually physically do it? Do you do it in big blocks, or what do you do?
Yeah, so this is the drink I actually have. This is the Green Giant concoction, and I can take the 50-plus pills with about 8 to 10 ounces of water, or 8 to 10 ounces of fluid. I guess I've just gotten very good at it. The blueprint, though, this is not an expectation that people are going to begin taking 100 pills. This is just simply the statement to say, if you inquire the body via frontier medical science and you measure and use scientific evidence, what is possible in the human body today, there's a much simpler version for people to do at home that is repeatable for everybody.
There's a guy called Jeff Toll. He's an internal medicine expert on your team. He says, I treat athletes and Hollywood celebrities. Nobody is pushing the envelope as much as Brian. And they say that the work so far has made you 5 years younger from a medical standpoint. How far do you want to take this? How young do you want to try and get?
Yeah. I mean, the 5-year age reversal, I think, is interesting. I'd say even more impressive and exciting to me is if you look at my speed of aging, how fast my body actually ages. My last measurement was 0.69, which means I'm now accumulating aging damage equal to the average 10-year-old. Now, when we look at a 10-year-old, we don't think they're actually aging, but they are. We accumulate aging damage throughout our entire lives. And the older we get, the faster we age, and it compounds. But I'm now less than the average 10-year-old. And so I guess one way of looking at it in a humorous way is for every 12 months that pass, I get September, October, November, December for free because I age so slowly. It's basically, I've reduced my speed of aging by the equivalent of 31 years.
You know, it's absolutely fascinating. We're going to take a short break, Brian. When I come back, I want to ask you, I guess, a question many viewers might be thinking was, do you have any fun? Can you eat fun stuff? Can you drink alcohol? Can you do anything that's fun? Or is it just this? Are you now a human robot putting yourself through torture? We'll debate that after the break. Welcome back to a special edition of Piers Morgan Uncensored. Whether you can stop the aging process. Well, Brian Johnson is with me still. Brian, you put up criticism of what you're doing on social media. It's been very entertaining to read some of it. Some of the examples of the critiques you've received include, Brian, you are surely miserable. It would be hilarious if Brian got hit by a bus. Lol. I'd rather die than eat that kind of stuff. This is dystopic. I wish you knew my joy of pizza and donuts. And the fact you put it on your social media indicates to me that you have a healthy disregard for trolls on social media. But I guess there's a serious point. To commit yourself to this kind of level of extremity of health and fitness and diet and so on, does it leave much room for fun? I mean, can you actually have any kind of normal life? First,
I love the trolls. I just get so much joy out of reading their comments. You can tell people put in enormous amount of efforts to try to make the most hurtful zinger they can. Yeah. So I made the Brian Johnson hater starter kit to share it. So, up your game. Don't use these things other people have used. I mean, the funny thing, Piers, is I'm actually happier. I have more fun in life than I ever have in my entire life. And it just is almost incomprehensible to people. They say, if I can't drink late at night with friends and I can't stay out and I can't eat my donuts and pizza or I can't do these things I'm familiar with, I can't imagine an existence. And I say, I can't imagine existing like that now. I absolutely am having the most fun I've ever had in my entire life.
Okay, do you drink alcohol?
I don't.
I presume you used to, did you?
Well, for a while, I drank 3 ounces a day of red wine. It was 74 calories. It was just too expensive for my caloric budget. So I just don't have the caloric budget to include it.
So you've never really been a drinker. So that hasn't been for you a personal sacrifice to have to stop altogether.
That's right. Never was a thing for me.
Okay. So what about treats, sweet treats, chocolates, cake, stuff like that? Can you have that?
I eat 15 grams, so it's a tablespoon of 100% dark chocolate a day. And if you want to really get, wild, then I'll add some manuka honey and some trehalose. But that's about it. I don't go to my pantry. I don't peruse around. If you are in my house and you're feeling naughty, there's really nothing to do. But no, I just don't miss those things. In fact, doing it, imagine doing it just makes me sick. I just can't imagine eating that kind of stuff.
It's interesting because I've been on a bit of a health kick, and the most difficult thing, I'm sure everyone feels this, if you're used to a certain way of life, and get to my age, late 50s, it's how do you do that? How do you discipline yourself to only have that one little bit of chocolate? I'm getting better at it, actually, and the more you do it, the easier it is, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you don't deprive yourself completely then. You are allowed little treats. You just everything in very strict moderation.
That's right. And the key thing is I've eliminated my choice. I fired my mind. I joke, playfully refer to this as firing Evening Brian. This is between the 5 p.m. 10 p.m. Brian, who the former version of me would eat excessively of the worst kind of food, and I was 60 pounds heavier than I am now. And he just made my life miserable. And I fired him one day and just said, you no longer have decision control. You cannot eat food no matter what. And this program with Blueprint, I basically said, I will follow the scientific evidence and the data. I do not have choice ever. If I go to a restaurant, I cannot choose. If I go to the pantry, I cannot choose. Because I know if I give myself the slightest window of choice, I'm going to mess it up. Unquestionably, my mind is going to do the wrong thing.
I mean, that says to me you've got a very strong willpower. Unusually strong.
It has taken me a couple of years to build this up. The key thing, though, is, we oftentimes think of our minds as our very best tool to solve the most complicated problems in reality. And in this case, my mind was my worst enemy. It was the thing that was preventing me from actually being my best self. And it is a rascal. I mean, it is uncontrollable. It is relentless. The moment I let it back in my life, it destroys me. So it's really been this eye-opening experience for me that my mind has a particular place in my conscious existence, but for the majority of decision-making, it's really a terrible thing to have.
How much time can you allocate per day for work? I mean, you're still an entrepreneur. You're still involved in some very big tech businesses in particular. How much time do you devote to work a day?
I mean, I guess I've been an entrepreneur my entire life. I'm accustomed to having multiple full-time jobs. So Blueprint is it's a full-time job intermixed with everything else I do. I'm a founder, CEO of companies, of tech companies. And so it's all just one big fluid movement. I have a great team around me, so we do a lot of things simultaneously. It's a really nice structure. And I guess I think of myself, I'm not a biohacker. I'm not trying to be a health hobbyist. I'm a professional rejuvenation athlete. And so a lot of people look at my lifestyle, they say, that's really weird. It's because they're comparing it to a person in the early 21st century. If you were to look at the practices of LeBron James, you wouldn't say, oh, that's weird. He goes to bed on time and eats really well and does this kind of strength training. You respect what he does on the court. And so the same thing is with me. I'm a professional rejuvenation athlete, and my lifestyle reflects that.
How important is sleep to you? Because you go to bed, I think, on a clockwork at 8 o'clock, regardless of whatever you're doing. If you're watching a movie or having a conversation, whatever, 8 o'clock, bang, that's it. Into bed and asleep. Why so important? And how many hours do you need?
Yes, sleep is the number one most important priority in my entire life. And the difference between hope and despair is a good night's sleep. You get sleep right, everything else becomes possible. And so I typically am in bed around 9.5 hours. I wear Whoop, which is a wearable on my wrist. And recently I was talking to the founder, and we were just playfully looking at data. We pulled up my data, and I was in the 99.2 percentile for sleep quality. I didn't realize how I compared to people doing that. But yeah, I take sleep very seriously, and it really is the fuel of my life.
I mean, I think most people who hear that will know that's true. And if I have a good night's sleep, I perform on a completely different level to if I have a night of broken sleep and feel tired. It's just that's something I think every human knows. How do you get better sleep? Do you have to do everything that you're doing to be able to get your 9 hours?
I mean, it's just a few basics. One is you treat sleep like a lighthouse. It's never negotiated away. It can never be delayed. It can never be the thing you just push away because you have a late night or homework or you're with friends. It happens at the same time every night, no matter what. I watch very closely what I eat, so I have about 8 to 10 hours of fasting before I go to bed. So my body, I have a low resting heart rate. I have a blacked out room. I sleep by myself, which is a luxury I have. A lot of people don't have that option. I have a temperature-controlled mattress, which is also great. But I really dialed this in over 2 years. It's a system, and I get high-quality sleep every single night. It's something I didn't before. I mean, having 3 little kids and building a company and having a difficult relationship, it's not having good sleep just makes life miserable.
What do your kids make of it? Particularly I think one of your sons is 17, so nearly the age that you're trying to turn yourself into, 18. What do they make of this? Are they supportive? Do they think it's all a bit weird?
It's funny. One of my 17-year-old, he used to take this super veggie. Actually, here it is. This is what I eat for breakfast. It's cauliflower, broccoli, black lentils, mushrooms, garlic, and ginger. And he took this to school lunch with him every day. His friends were eating Doritos, pizza, and drinking soda. and he whipped out these few pounds of vegetables, and one of his friends tweeted out, "I don't know what's going on with this guy at home, but I hope everything's all right." Just kind of playing around, but it just called attention to that. Like, it was so weird that he was eating this few pounds of vegetables at school lunch when everyone else had their stuff. But he's fully into it, and he's such a good sport. Anytime we do anything new, he's jumping in to measure himself or do it, so he loves it. And his friends, I think, have different opinions. They see it's unusual, they admire it, they like it, they ask questions, they're curious. So, I mean, it's a different thing from what people are accustomed to seeing.
What about love and romance, Brian? Because you've been through a divorce, so clearly that was an unsuccessful relationship in the end. Can you have a relationship if you're doing all this? I mean, I don't quite see how you would fit a woman into this life.
Yeah, that's a legitimate question, and I'm still trying to sort that out. When I do engage, I do clearly communicate, here's the system, here's the program, here's what I'm trying to do, here's where the openings are. And, it's a pretty narrow set of potential mates because what I do is pretty rigorous, this plus the other endeavors. And so I would say some people really get it. Other people, it's not conducive to them. So I'd say that's the thing that I need to figure out within the next version of Blueprint.
I mean, no disrespect, but I don't think Valentine's Day would be a barrel of laughs with you, would it?
Well, you would be surprised, Piers. I mean, we do really fun things. So we did chocolate-covered berries with trehalose and manuka honey. We danced around and had a celebration. So a lot of people think this is misery. It's not. I think we have more fun than most people do.
I mean, obviously, having earlier established that your sexual function performance is clearly enhanced now, it does seem a bit of a waste.
That's a good point. We should put that to use.
What I like about you, Brian, is from what I can see, you're not trying to fleece the public. You're not trying to scam people by saying, you could give me $20,000 and you can be like me. You're just spending your money doing this for yourself, and you want to share this with people and just show them what happens.
That's right. And it's also the case that health and wellness is a lot like religion. I mean, with the Bible, hundreds of religions are robustly supported, saying that their God's true and only. And the same is kind of true with health and wellness, that there's so many different things you can do for health and wellness, and no one really knows what's true. So most people look at it and say, I don't know, does anything even matter? And what we're trying to do with Blueprint is to say, we're going to create the #1 best wellness program ever created in history, and we're going to do it with data. Now, if somebody wants to beat us with data, amazing. Now the public has 2 options to choose from. What we're trying to do is pierce through the noise and say there are options that are better than others. And Blueprint is not to say it's the only option. It's a version. But we're trying to create this competitive disposition that if you want to be in the game of health and wellness, show the data. The results are the only thing that matter. And so hopefully this is a helpful thing for everybody to say, I want to be better. I want to start doing things. What do I do? Well, now there's an example for you. Everything's freely shared with everybody.
But do you ultimately think that you can prove that you can reverse the aging process? Or are you just going to be so super fit and healthy that you can arrest the rate of decline?
I mean, I grew up reading biographies. I've read hundreds of biographies. And my favorite thing is reading about people who, in their time and place, in whatever century they lived, they were able to identify an impossibly hard thing and go after that thing. That was outside the zeitgeist of the time and place. When they showed it was possible, society runs with it. So really, I think the question here is, if we can show that dramatically slowing your rate of aging is possible, and even reversing it, it's going to kick off a whole ecosystem of endeavors. And what we've shown so far with just 2 years of efforts, dramatically slowing my speed of aging by 31 years, now accumulating age damage less than a 10-year-old, 5 years of age reversal, 50 perfect biomarkers, is compelling. These are just the basics. We haven't even got into the more advanced therapy. So I think it is a big shift in the zeitgeist that it is here and now, and the more advanced therapies are just coming online right now.
Well, it's absolutely riveting to listen to this, I've got to say, and I think everyone will resonate with at least what you're trying to achieve, and would love to think this can work. Brian, thank you for your time. We're going to spend the next 15 minutes now debating what you've been telling me, but thank you for sharing it. It's really interesting.
Thanks for having me, Kurt.
Well, there you have it. One remarkable man's quest to turn back the clock. And you've got to say, looking at him and listening to him, he seems well-adjusted, happy, ridiculously fit, very healthy. What's not to love? I'll be joined after the break by an expert panel. To a quick session in the gym and the commercial break there. Try and get myself in shape. Remarkable interview there with the 45-year-old tech entrepreneur Brian Johnson. On his quest to turn back the clock to a teens-day, very punishing regime, he clearly rather enjoys doing it. Is it all worth it? But joining me now, Dr. Naila Raja, known as the Queen of Botox, Dr. Oliver Zolman, who's worked extensively with Brian Johnson on his anti-aging project, and the Green Goddess herself, Diana Moran, a picture of blooming health as always. Also with me are Professor Lord Robert Winston and biologist Gary Brecker. So an all-star panel here. Lord Winston, I was in the corner of my eye seeing you rolling your eyes at some of that interview. What is your overview of what you've just been listening to?
Well, I wasn't rolling my eyes. I had my eyes shut, actually. I'm sorry that I can't see you. I spend some of the time sleeping because, of course, this is the sort of message we've been hearing from snake oil salesmen for the last 250 years. And there's nothing new here. There are various things which certainly can improve your chances of living longer: exercise, better diet, not smoking, and so on. But actually, the evidence of, by the way, peers, don't take extra vitamins. It's a complete waste of time. There's no evidence at all. There are no data to support that claim. And I think you should know that, because if you have difficulty swallowing them, your body is telling you something, don't swallow them. And you're probably right.
Is that right? You really think all vitamins are a waste of time?
No. Vitamins are not a waste of time, but actually, virtually everybody who has a normal diet will be taking enough vitamins that the body actually needs.
Right.
There are a few exceptions, but in fact, we all get enough. We all get enough vitamin C, enough vitamin D. Clearly, if we live in the dark, we won't. But with a few exceptions, all those vitamins that are taken in vitamin pills are completely unnecessary and do not actually affect your aging process. And there's good scientific evidence to support that.
But on the specifics that he was saying, Robert, on the specifics, the medical team around him believe he now has the heart of a 37-year-old, the skin of a 28-year-old, the lung capacity and thickness of an 18-year-old, and the gum inflammation of a 17-year-old, and much better sexual performance, he believes.
Yes.
Are all those things, are they all impossible?
I heard that. You know what? He's also got the intellectual capacity of a 10-year-old as well, because, and that's the problem. And actually, let's be serious. These claims for different markers, biomarkers as he calls them, are just simply not there. They're not substantiated. In the Science and Technology Select Committee, which I sit on, which looked at the aging process and published our report only last year to the government, we showed that there were a few markers, none of which are being measured in these people. And there's a real issue here, which is actually quite important. That is, I've just come back from a part of Wales where the average longevity is about 10 years less than it is, for example, where you and I live in the richer parts of London. And the fact of the matter, of course, is that the biggest problem we have in our society is deprivation. We have actually serious problems in living conditions, in work, and poverty, and these actually really shorten lifespan, and there is good evidence to do that. And really, if we were really wanting to do something important about longevity, we should be looking at deprivation in our community and looking at education in our community, but not wasting our time with snake oil substitutes for actually proper living. Of course, he's right. You can live properly, but actually taking minuscule amounts of food in the way that he's suggesting, I didn't hear the whole interview, but I've heard enough to know that actually there is no proven evidence, good scientific data. He keeps on quoting data, but actually he doesn't actually publish those data because he doesn't actually have the data. And the data are available. And sadly, it's a pity because, there is an important subject here. People are dying too soon. People are aging too soon. But they're aging really because of the environment in which they're living. And that's a big problem. We should be doing more about it. We could do much more about it. And it's a promise the government made, actually, but in fact, it turns out that longevity in Britain over the last 10 years has actually shortened rather than lengthened.
Right.
That's a real problem.
Yeah, no, there is a problem. Let me get a Dr. Oliver Zolman, Oxford regenerative physician. You worked on the team with Brian Johnson. Pretty damning verdict there from Lord Winston. He's very eminent in his field. Your response?
It's not damning. It's very reasonable. It's all experimental, what we're doing. And there's a lot of mistakes in some of the media as well. Some of the articles that come out. So as always with science and experimentation and research, you only want to rely on peer-reviewed scientific evidence of these results. So we're starting to publish these results this year in peer-reviewed journals, and any numbers other than that, I wouldn't believe. There's a lot of mistakes in the media.
Normally, it basically says this is all just snake oil stuff. You know, it's a scam. Really, it's not based on scientific reality.
Yeah. So we have clinical guidelines that we write for each marker. These are all experimental clinical guidelines, which are peer-reviewed by world experts in each area. So, you know, for kidney rejuvenation, we're looking at bringing all the best kidney doctors that are experienced in that, researchers as well, so PhDs, MDs, everyone. But yeah, for results, for proving rejuvenation results at N equals 1, it's very tricky by statistically. It's easier in population studies or large randomized controlled trials. So wait for the peer-reviewed publications and get involved in peer review as well.
Okay, let me bring in Dr. Nada Raja. Botox is your thing. You're the Botox queen. So you specialise in making people look younger artificially, if you like, cosmetically. What do you make of Brian Johnson?
I think it's quite extreme. Okay, I think that some of the studies...
But is it any worse than sticking needles in your face?
I mean, there are some studies that show that you can actually improve the, the epigenetic age of someone. The problem is that the cohort studies are so small that they're not statistically significant. Obviously, I run a chain of cosmetic clinics, and I can show that phenotypically, I can definitely improve your appearance.
Actually, you couldn't improve this. However hard you tried. There's no amount of money in the world that can improve this.
And of course, with the right skincare, I have obviously a skincare collection which can obviously make you look a lot better. It can make you look...
I'm actually an 82 percentile. So I did a documentary in Los Angeles, and a plastic surgeon computer printed my face and said my skin quality was in the top 18% of all men in California of my age, which given what they slap on their faces, I took as a massive bonus. And I suspect it's two things. I don't smoke, other than a very odd cigar, and secondly, genetics. On my mother's side in particular, the women all lived to be nearly 100. So there's a genetic thing. They all had good skin.
Yeah, of course, And lifestyle as well. That's really important. I think there is, as a doctor, obviously, we would tell all of our patients...
Did anything he say make you think you can reverse the aging process?
I think it is good medical practice, what he's, it's a bit extreme what he's saying, but I think obviously if you can tell people to live a diet which is healthy, nutritious, and the lifestyle which is much more, obviously it includes exercise, then obviously then you can improve your overall lifespan.
Diane, let me bring you, I mean, look, you're known to Britain as a goddess of fitness and health and everything. Is what he's doing really anything more different than just an extreme view of what you would do?
I really am quite amazed with what I've heard. Let's put it that way to start with.
Good or bad?
Probably on the bad.
Really? Why?
Why does one want to stop the aging process?
Well, maybe he's enjoying his life and wants to hang around a bit longer.
But some of us who have aged...
you're ageless, though, so you're the last person I want to hear from about this, because you're basically the female Benjamin Button.
But I can't see anything wrong with aging as the years have gone by.
Wouldn't you like to, if you could, reverse it?
No way.
Go back to 18 again?
Positively,
really?
No way.
I'd love to be 18.
I would not. My mother had just died. I came home from school and found her dead. I took on the role of the family.
So it was actually a difficult period for you.
Mine was a very difficult period. Right. I cannot see why everybody's worrying about aging. I'm loving aging. You talked earlier on about aging gracefully or disgracefully. Yes. I'm quite happy to do the disgracefully as well. And my life is I work hard, and I've had my own personal problems with the cancer and all sorts of other things, but I love life. I could show you hundreds of let's say 50 of my friends, all of similar age. We're loving life.
But I was with my mum and dad at the weekend, and they're on fantastic form. We went out for dinner, and they're on great form. My dad's in his early 80s, my mum in her late 70s. But I think if I gave them the chance to try and reverse it, they'd both jump at it.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think so. My dad would love to be back in his 30s, running nightclubs in the south of France. He would have loved it.
But you see, the thing is that when you get... I'm in my 80s as well, as you know, my middle 80s, and you've got to this...
Are you really?
Yes, 84.
Well, you're the best advert I've seen. You're like the female Brian Johnson.
No.
Well, are you doing it in a different way?
And I've done it very naturally.
Right.
Very, very naturally.
Ever had any of the nip and tuck?
Nothing whatsoever.
Well, that's probably why you look so good. No offense, but I just always think women who don't do that to their faces end up looking great.
But I was listening.
Exhibit 1.
I was listening to the doctor talking about supplements and
Yeah.
the likes of. Basically, if we're eating a good diet,
You get
we
enough.
have got enough.
You take any supplements at all?
I take a supplement for vitamin D. I don't get the sunshine because I had skin cancer.
Right.
Can't sit in the sun.
Well, Joan Collins, who's
vitamin
89
D,
and looks amazing too, hasn't been out in the sun directly since she was 21. And she
I'm not
puts
as
that
extreme as that.
Yeah.
But possibly for the last 20 years.
But she'll go out, but it's always wears a wide
With a
brim
hat and all the
I want to bring in human biologist Gary Brecker. Now, Gary, you used to work for an insurance company who could predict when people would die based on blood and DNA, which sounds a very morbid occupation, I have to be honest. What do you make of this? What do you make of Brian Johnson? We've heard the expert view from Lord Winston, who just thinks it's all hogwash and snake oil stuff. What do you think?
I think it's amazing. I think he's spot on. I would disagree with the previous guest that, aging is not a disease that we can control. We know that aging is the aggressive pursuit of comfort. The more aggressively we pursue comfort, the faster we age. We know that if we don't load our bones, they don't strengthen. If we don't tear our muscles, they don't grow. If we don't challenge the immune system, it weakens. And without data, and we generally have data on our businesses, but we have no data on ourselves. I mean, most of us that run a business have our income statement, our balance sheet, our P&L, but we know nothing about what's going on inside our bodies. We don't know our hormone balance, our glycemic control, our nutrient deficiencies. And there's hordes of published clinical evidence all throughout the peer-reviewed literature in very renowned journals that supports things like nutrient deficiencies, blood sugar control, hormone balance as being the consequence of advanced aging. And when we talk about environmental factors, the environmental factors are what lead to deficiencies. You see, most of the consequences that we accept as aging, things like brain fog, poor sleep, weight gain, water retention, poor response to exercise, poor delta wave of sleep, these are not consequences of aging at all. They're actually consequences of nutrient deficiencies in the body. And unless we test and we know what nutrients our body can convert and what it can't by genetic testing, unless we look at our blood work and we see where our hormone balance lies, how well we're controlling our blood sugar, what nutrient deficiencies are causing us to have maladies that we're associating with aging but are actually associated with deficiencies in the human body, then we're just running blind. We're eating for the sake of eating. We're seeking comfort. We're trying to control our environment. We're trying to control our temperature. In my opinion, we have to stop telling grandma not to go outside. It's too hot. Not to go outside. It's too cold. To just lay down. To just relax. To just eat at the very first pang of hunger. This is collapsing all of our natural defense mechanisms. Things like cold water exposure, photobiomodulation, which is taking the healing energy from the sun and bringing it indoors, breath work, contacting the surface of the earth.
So you're basically, sorry to interrupt, Gary, we're running a bit short on time, but just to summarize, you basically think there's a lot of merit in what he's doing.
Oh, there's extreme merit in what he's doing. I mean, when you're optimizing things like hormone balance, nutrient deficiencies, glycemic control, how well we control our blood sugar, you're talking about a substantial extension in life. I would say that, blood sugar is the root of all evil, second to inflammation. There's links now between type 3 diabetes, insulin resistance in the brain, early onset Alzheimer's and dementia, and all sorts of neurodegenerative disorders. And that's very well documented. It's widely available in peer-reviewed published journals.
Okay.
And I think that people that are seeking to live longer should get data on their body and respond to that data.
Okay. Well, Lord Winston made it clear he wants to see some proper data before he's prepared to accept any of this, which I think is completely fair enough. And he's
happy to send it to you, Winston.
Well, Lord Winston, actually, we call him over here. He's a peer of the realm. Listen, thank you to all my panel. It's been fascinating to hear all the range of views. It's certainly an interesting discussion point. I think people will be gripped by this either way. Bottom line is you can all, of course, just eat a bit healthier, do a bit more exercise, not drink as much alcohol, put enough toxins in your face, you probably would end up living a bit longer. So there are natural ways to do this without actually becoming a human robot. But we'll see. Thank you to my panel all very much, and to you, Lord Winston, as well. Now, that doesn't mean that anything goes. Free speech has its limits. Even in America, with its fabled First Amendment, there are limits. You can't famously run into a theatre in America and shout fire and create a stampede where people might die. So there are limits to free speech all around the world. But my guest tonight, well, he tests free speech to, I would argue, its breaking point. His name is Alex Jones. He's a hugely influential, to many people, a very dangerous conspiracy theorist who's made himself hugely rich, peddling a lot of lies. This is what happened when we met last, debating gun laws a decade ago on CNN. How many gun murders were there in Britain?
How many great white sharks?
How many
Kill people every year, but they're scared to swim. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. But you've got hordes of people burning down cities and beating old women's brains out every day.
Let's try again. How many gun murders were there?
Oh, you're going to ban your fist now?
In Britain last year.
How many chimpanzees can dance on the head of a pin?
Well, I've not spoken to Alex Jones in an interview format since that day. He is now, I would say comfortably, the world's most notorious conspiracy theorist. As I say, I defend everybody's right to an honestly held opinion. I defend everyone's right to use words of their choice, but that doesn't mean they're not accountable for those words. And I don't think Alex Jones necessarily trades in honestly held opinions, but we'll come to that when I talk to him. Very few tragedies have ever moved me the way that Sandy Hook did. I was on air at CNN at the time that that story broke. 20 children, aged between 6 and 7, were murdered by a lunatic with a semi-automatic rifle. Alex Jones told his many followers within a few hours it was all a hoax, a government hoax, a deep state plot to justify seizing guns. He said that the grieving families were actors.
The general public doesn't know the school was actually closed the year before. They don't know they've shielded all, demolished the building. They don't know that they have the kids going in circles in and out of the building as a photo op, blue screen, green screens. But it took me about a year with Sandy Hook to come to grips with the fact that the whole thing was fake. I mean, even I couldn't believe it. I knew they jumped on it, used the crisis, hyped it up, but then I did deep research, and my gosh, it just pretty much didn't happen.
But it did happen. Those children did get murdered. They were riddled with bullets by an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. I can't even imagine as a father of 4 kids what that sight must have looked like. Those parents had to see their children riddled with bullets. And then they had to put up with years of harassment and threats and disgraceful incidents because Alex Jones fueled a conspiracy theory almost immediately that the whole thing was fake and that these parents who were grieving for their children, they were acting. I have made my views clear about that. But I also think that it's right that I should interview him tonight. He wanted to come on and talk to me and to explain what's gone down here and where he's found himself, which is facing a $1.5 billion payout to the families in various lawsuits that they took. And I do believe that people should be allowed to express themselves as long as they're held to account and they're challenged. And that's what we're going to do tonight with Alex Jones. So my guest tonight is Alex Jones. He's over in Texas in America. Alex, good evening to you.
Piers, it's good to be here with you after 10 years and the biggest news event on CNN in 2013. So the circle is now complete. But you just spent 8 minutes saying a lot of things that were true, a lot of things that weren't true. So I'd like to address that right now if I can. When I came on your show months and months after Sandy Hook, in the CNN studios in New York, I never said it didn't happen. I never sent people to their houses. When the internet went totally viral in the next year, questioning it with anomalies, I did cover 23 minutes till they introduced the court over the next few years, a few times. We're running 5-6 shows. What the internet was questioning on my call-in radio show with a document cam on air. But I did not build my career off Sandy Hook. I barely, not even 1/10 of 1% covered it. And so to say that I sent people to harass families or
I didn't say that.
On the graves of the
I didn't say
children.
that. I didn't say you sent anyone to do anything. No, but Alex, look, I want to have a reason. Let me just say, I want to have a reasonable conversation. I don't get into the screaming match that descended into last time. I think that's futile for everyone watching. You are now a very infamous person around the world. You know that. A lot of people know about you, what they've read, most of it negative. This is your chance to explain what's happened and to, if you want to, express remorse for things that you've got wrong and done wrong. You find yourself in a very bad place right now. You're facing paying out potentially $1.5 billion to these families. You said that you don't have that money, you can't pay that money. So far, you haven't paid any of it. How do you feel, first of all, about the fact that you faced this gigantic, victory for the families and defeat for you?
Okay, so you did 8 minutes and 45 seconds attacking me. I got 30 seconds. I will answer your question in a moment, but I want to get something completely straight. I came on your show months and months and months and months after it happened. I blamed the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, the antidepressants. I blamed the mother getting him the gun on your show. So the claim that I first questioned Sandy Hook, or I first did it, was a bunch of professors and a bunch of media people. It became a huge story. I looked at it and said, yeah, we've seen WMDs in Iraq. We've seen Operation Northwoods. We see Jussie Smollett. Later, we see now admitted the Twitter files that they had thousands of fake doctors online saying the shot was safe and effective and protected you, something you come out and said was wrong and was a lie. So I always questioned every major event, but I did not make my bones on Sandy Hook. I barely covered it on your show months and months and months after it happened.
Here's what I would say to you.
Cover it long
Here's what I would say to you.
After.
Listen, you may well categorize this as a very small part of your career. Unfortunately for you, it's now become this gigantic part of your career because of the nature of this payout. So
That's totally true. So let me respond to your question.
Is simply to ask you, what did you feel about the size of the payout you've been ordered to pay and the fact that you suffered one of the biggest losses of any lawsuit of that nature in modern history?
Well, I mean, it's not one of the biggest, it's the biggest. And so if you actually want the inside baseball to know what actually went on, I'm really happy to tell you.
Well, I'm more interested in Alex, and how you built this empire, and I'm going to come to how you built it in a moment. You built this empire as a very provocative, many would argue they found you very entertaining as well, high energy, mischief-making shock jock, for want of a better phrase, who went on the airwaves and said a lot of very controversial things and built up a very big following and made a vast amount of money doing it. You wouldn't dispute any of that. That's not attacking you. That's just a statement of fact.
So listen, but I'm happy to come on, but you've had 90% of the talk time. So
but Alex, it is my show. I just want you to answer.
Oh, I get it.
You
can just say what you want about
me. I understand. Again, I don't want to have a confrontational interview. I simply want to ask you, as I said, you've built this big empire, and now the entire empire has been imperiled by losing this lawsuit, and you wouldn't dispute that.
No. I have more than 15 offers right now on huge networks if my system goes under. Let me just explain something to you. Let's talk facts, okay? Here's a timeline of 10 and a half years since, or 10 years, 2 months since Sandy Hook. It happens the first year. I don't think it's staged. It becomes a huge internet thing that it's staged. I have a few debates. I have a few guests on. I cover. I said, yeah, it could be staged. So much stuff is staged. Then I go 2+ years, 2015 into 16, never discussing it. This all came out in the lawsuit. And then they run against Trump. Hillary runs $30 million of TV ads showing edited clips of me saying synthetic event never happened. And to then make it a huge story, tens of thousands of articles, thousands of newscasts about me in 2016, 17 about San Diego. I go,